Alright guys, welcome to another stream of U-Boat. My recent, well not so recent, my favorite game since quite a while. So let me briefly finish guys, welcome. Settings here. Stream off. And I will be with you any minute. Any second. Alright guys, here we are. So welcome. To this next stream of mine. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. But now I am all with you. So, U-Boat again. Continuing what we started. Well, not started. We didn't start it last night. We started it quite a few months ago. I'm doing a complete playthrough through the war in the U-Boat simulation, in the submarine simulation called U-Boat. And yeah, you see that I already earned a few merits, which led to the fact that from being the captain of a small, slow, low-range Type 2 submarine, now I am the proud captain of a long-range, pretty fast Type 7C submarine. Much better armament, everything. So that's it. And over the last 2 years of the war, I transferred to the port of La Rochelle, where I am at the moment, trying to wreak havoc over the area of the Atlantic which was called the Black Pit by the Allies. And yeah, the mission that we are on, I started it on Thursday night and we did sink 2 ships. And yeah, last night's stream was relatively short. I just streamed 2 hours. I hope that tonight I'm gonna do it a little bit longer. So we sank 2 ships around here, and it took us the whole last night's stream to get away from the escorts. They were pretty pissed off and going after us. And now, well, the convoy went on somewhere there, this direction. And now, well, I decided not to go for that same convoy again. It was so heavily guarded. And I was pretty lucky to sink 2 ships and get away alive. But our hydrophone spotted a single ship, probably merchant, on this course here. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4 hydrophone checks. And the last position of theirs was here. We are up there and I'm trying to intercept them. Still 8 miles away. So let's do a little bit of dead reckoning, which would not too bad. It's pretty consistent what I have here. And it would mean that within the next hour they are most probably moving with 8 knots, so in an hour they would be there. And what about us? In an hour, yeah, we would be much further. I am going flank speed at the moment. Maybe we shall go for half an hour. So Then they would be there, we would be there. Let's do this step first. Time. Yeah, it's 8:45 and early February, which means that it's pretty dark still. Already pretty dark. Yeah, in February we have short days and long nights. There we are. I am playing on almost 100% difficulty level, meaning that we have to deal with the dark nights. Yeah, we have quite some, rough sea, I would say. Quite a swell. Here, yeah, wind speed is 12 knots. That's not too bad. Could be much worse, but out here in the Atlantic, yeah, there quickly is quite a rough wave going on. Here you see the crew is still strained and stressed to a certain extent from our previous action. But yeah, batteries are, well, not recharged. Yeah, I was going flank speed all the time, and when I'm going flank speed, the batteries are not being recharged, so I would have to reduce my speed a bit to have the batteries recharged. But I think at the moment I'm perfectly fine with the 90%. So let's go for it and continue. Now while going, let's briefly check the status. Yeah, there's just a bit of water in the bilge. That's just ordinary that we have some water accumulating there. No problem actually. Nothing suspicious. What about the torpedoes? Yeah, we fired quite a few torpedoes because, yeah, this attack, when we were going for the transports, for the merchants, we were already discovered by the escort, so I had to fire the torpedoes pretty quickly and didn't have the time to take a good aim and to get a good torpedo solution. So yeah, to counter that, I fired 4 torpedoes with a spread onto each of the 2 ships, and a few hit, a few didn't, but it did it. So both of the ships sank, but on the other hand, that was quite some use. I fired 8 torpedoes to sink 2 ships, but I think that's not too bad of an average. So I have 4 torpedoes left, which is pretty decent for another attack. But this ship that we are chasing, it's on the surface, so first we have to check whether it's neutral or enemy, and then we might be able to convince them to yield without us, without the need to shoot a torpedo or a gun round. Let's see. Hey, TARDIS. Nice to have you in. Good evening. How are you doing? How is your weekend going? Okay, we are pretty fine in terms of food, and discipline is going up. So no need to waste more food for the happiness of the crew. They are already pretty alright. Yeah, as for me, we were on a little tour today, so yeah, we were on a birthday. Well, I wouldn't call it a party, but it's a birthday meeting. We had lunch and a coffee afterwards and a nice walk. It is something like an aunt of my wife. But yeah, Yeah, they're pretty old already. It was actually her 85th birthday, and so it was nothing of a wild party, but well, just having lunch, having a little chat, and then, yeah, we had some extended walk into the hills. Pretty relaxing, and we were back home at something like 7 o'clock in the evening. Half an hour. Let's go. Yes, I will tell her. Yeah, we are actually not that close. I haven't seen her for years. I think my wife has met her something like 2 or 3 years ago the last time. So it was pretty nice to see them again. And quite fit still. I mean, 85 is quite a bit of an age. And they were both, she and him, pretty okay. I mean, so here we are. Shall we do another hydrophone check, or is it? Ah, come on. I think I can be pretty sure that they're here. Let's just call it X because it's not confirmed. It's my dead reckoning. And now let them go for another half an hour. Ah, okay. All right. So it's just 12 minutes to go to your birthday, at least if I look at the time here. Around here, it's just 12 minutes to midnight. So let me already give you my congratulations in advance. Or, well, can you do this? I think some people say that if you give congrats in advance, this gives bad luck, but, well, kind of superstition. All the best, I hope. Yeah. If you're gonna plan a party tomorrow or have some friends in, or the family, that's nice. So let's extrapolate. If we go for another half an hour, I think I can really cut off their way. Let's do that. Let's go perpendicular to their course. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's not talk about it anymore. That's what I think as well. I'm always, yeah, in awe or pretty frightened if I think about that. I mean, there is such a vast spread of time that we can already look at backwards. Time flies. Yeah. Yeah, but that's it. I mean, if I look backwards, there were good times and bad times, and actually at the moment I'm pretty happy with my life. So although it makes me kind of, yeah, pretty sentimental and thoughtful, if I think about my age, still, yeah, I'm fine at the moment. Yeah, hey, weight loss. Yeah, that's the comment. Who actually says that in the movie? Is it the captain or the second watch officer? I think it's the captain, right? Yeah, the movie is great, and I see again and again that you are pretty firm about the text and the content. I love it. Hey, Volvolu, nice to have you in. Hey, great. So, I hope you had a good weekend so far. Weight loss, Volvolu. Volvolu, you said you don't have to work this weekend. That's always good to hear. Yeah, today I was lazy, and on Friday I called it a day pretty early at work, so I will probably have to do a bit of work, a few hours tomorrow, but yeah, perfectly fine. Ah, yes, I briefly went into your stream, weight loss, from my mobile account. Yeah, I just said it. I don't know if you heard it. We went to a birthday party today of an aunt of my wife. So I didn't have the time to stay on your stream too long, but I like it. I'm a bit jealous actually. The game looks pretty good. And I'm a bit jealous because I don't have a virtual reality rig. That looks pretty nice. That game. So, yeah, to be honest, I didn't watch it long enough to actually see what the long term goal of the game is. But it's single player, right? Is it? Or is it multiplayer? Single, right? Oh yeah, that's it. That's so shitty, right? When you when you just after a while recognize that you did something wrong and you fucked something up about your stream. Yep, that's just so bad. I hate it when this happens. Multiplayer would be wild, yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty immersive. I like the graphics. And these graphics that I see in the stream, this is actually the graphics that you have on your head up device then, yeah? So, okay, pretty bad view. Captain. No. What would be the estimated angle? Where would I expect to spot them? Somewhere there. 45 degrees, roughly. Oh, I really hated that It's so hard to actually read the scale, the angle scale. But with that filter, I should be able to spot the guy, or might be that. Ah, nice. There they are. There they are. Yeah, on that high difficulty level that I play the game, I also don't have the scope and binocular stabilization.
Handelsschiff, 60 Grad.
Diablo 4 or U-Boat. Well, you know that I actually never played Diablo, but I heard from several people in the stream that it must be a pretty good game. But yeah, I'm always in favor for U-Boat. Yeah, it's 45 degrees, so it would be reasonable
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
to change my speed and adjust it to theirs. Then I should be coming in perfectly fine. Yeah, pretty different. I'm still thinking about. Sometimes I do have the gut feeling that I should not only stream U-Boat. But, well, I mean, for my style of streaming, I want to have a game which is, again, not pure action. So what I love is that you have these stretches where, yeah, where there is time for a little chat. So a game like Escape from Tarkov, where you're always 100% tense all the time, that's not the right game for me to stream. So, yeah, actually, every time I start U-Boat, I'm thinking about doing DayZ instead. But, well, somehow I used to, most of the time, go for U-Boat. Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, Diablo 1. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, nice to remember things like that. Yeah, my father never played any computer game except for Civilization. That was a game that fascinated him as well. And he had many hours on that one. And yeah, when I visit my mother, it's quite, yeah, interesting, because there is this computer room at the place of my mother, and that was actually also something like the office of my father before he died, and there is still some stuff there. He died many years ago, far too young, far too early. But yeah, and there is still this copy of Civilization, the CD, standing there in the shelf, which I had been playing a lot back then. and he had been playing a lot. Yeah, he was actually only 67 years old when he died by a stroke. At home in his bed. So actually that's the way how you like to die finally. Go to bed and not wake up again and be completely fit before. But yeah, please a little bit later than only 67. Yeah, he was still so much in the middle of life. On his funeral we had something like, I think there were 100, 200 people at the funeral. That was so amazing. Colleagues and people from his sports club, and yeah, so many social engagements that he had. Yeah, sorry for that. Sorry for that. That's kind of, yeah, it gives you some thought when, particularly when people die relatively early. This gives you, yeah, you start to think about what life is about and what you make out of it. But yeah, never sure. I mean, it's good to think about things like that, but maybe not too much. As I said, I'm fine, and I hope that I will still have many years, but yeah, you never know. Oh yeah, that's too bad. I'm really sorry. That's bad. Yeah, thinking about that, I have to call my mother tomorrow. I think I haven't done it last weekend. Usually we have a chat for a little while each weekend. She's living pretty far away from my place here. And yeah, she's settled. I mean, as I said, my father died quite a long time ago. But now her problem is that all her friends are dying just as well. So she's pretty fit and relatively young in comparison to, yeah, all the other friends. And so each time at least that's my feeling, each time that I call her, she tells me that another friend of her died. And that really drags her down. That's pretty terrible. Ah, yes. Yeah, I like these models, yeah. Hey, wow, yeah, that's nice. If you have something like that to leave behind. Yep. Yes, that's of course what I think. Yeah, when something like that happens, that somebody dies who, yeah, where you say it's really not the time yet to die. You think, what's gonna be left of him? What's gonna be left of me? Yeah, sometimes think about what is it about, yeah, the internet and all these streams and something that you upload. And yeah, that reminds me of a guy who was something like until a year ago or half a year ago, he was pretty frequent guest in my streams. I mean, actually every stream, and we had a lot of nice chats, and I think he was a bit older. So yeah, he's not there anymore, and I am actually a bit worried that something might have happened to him, because suddenly I just never heard of him anymore. Bob was his name. But guys, hey, sorry, it's my fault. I started this talk about death and things, so I don't want to drag down the mood. Maybe we should just change topic. Yeah, but I think I actually started it. Sorry, guys. Okay, there he is. Can we figure out what kind of freighter it actually is? Not yet. Not quite yet. It is something like 75 degrees. Yeah, I think I'm still going much. Ah, shit. Didn't want to do that. Wanted to get the angle. Yeah, I'm moving much faster than that guy. I could just stop and let him pass by. Yeah, I love this manual plotting. That's also one of the features which pretty much maxes out the difficulty level that I'm playing. Not having the targets being displayed on the map automatically, but yeah, do the manual plotting actually. I love that. This really gives me this feeling of being in command in a way. And yeah, to mention it again, what I really would love is if they would find some possibility that on the map you actually have to find your position by yourself, by a dead reckoning, and that your position would not be marked on the map. But you would have to deal with it somehow different. By the sextant or logging your speed, dead reckoning, things like that. Yeah, the possibility to draw things onto the map, to have, yeah, these tools here, the drawing tools, they are really practical, right? That's really nice. And yeah, these developers, they do everything right. It's so amazing. A sextant simulator, yeah. Yeah, Silent Hunter was great at the time, but if you compare it with this one here with U-Boat, U-Boat is far ahead. And this combination, actually, it's kind of tactical. It's this, yeah, I don't know who said it. Maybe it was some of you. Maybe it was even you, Weight Loss. Somebody in the chat just a few weeks or months ago remarked that U-Boat is a bit like The Sims in a submarine, because you actually have this kind of personal management of the crew to some certain extent. And yeah, this cross-sectional view that you can have here, that's great. And yeah, particularly this connection between, I mean, you're commanding a machine, but your interface is the crew. So whenever you issue a command, it's not like that the boat is just doing it, but there is crew actually carrying out your command. If you say dive, some people have to man the depth steers. Someone has to open the valves to flood the ballast tanks. The crew is running to the front compartments to give additional ballast, and then the boat slowly is gonna start to dive. And this connection between the machine and the people. The people are the connection between your commands and the boat, and this is pretty. I think you didn't have that in any other game before. This feeling that deep. Yes, genau, exactly, yeah. Food management, yeah, moral, all that. That's so great. Ooh, come on, where are you? Okay, I lost that target again, obviously. Hey, where is he? There he is. Coming in a very shallow course, so I think I'm gonna stop. By the way, guys, I see that there is quite a few people in the stream. Wonderful to have you in. So, although there is quite a few old acquaintances in the chat, don't hesitate to join us. So this is not kind of a private chat, open for everybody, and I'm always happy to get some feedback. Yes, yeah, that was how it was, yeah. Hey, come on. There he is. 1, 2. Oh, it's so hard to lock the target in. There we are. Yeah, still am not sure what kind of freighter we actually have there. It should be coming in. Let's give it a save. A new one, W174. Hey, come on, why this? Why do I always lose the target again? That's pretty shitty. No, I didn't. It's just behind. Yeah, okay. That's the bad thing about this radar, passive radar detector, that it is so much in the way for observation. But let's do a bit of time acceleration here.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
There they come, do they?
Funkraum besetzen.
Ship spotted. Up to now there is no possibility, obviously. Alright, sorry guys, I just had to tap out briefly. But here I am, back again. And now, let's see what we can do about that guy. Maybe we should go diving.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Go for periscope depth. It looks like they haven't yet spotted us. Maybe we can do it the sneaky way. And as I don't get the possibility yet to board them, maybe it's just an enemy merchant. Pretty high probability actually, since the US have entered the war. So Mr. Schneider has opened the valves. Here we have the ballast tanks being flooded. And down we go. So Mr. Grada, our chief engineer, I want him to supervise the people at the depth steers to optimize. can I spot something with the periscope? There they are. Very nice. Very nice. But I think I should stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 235 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 220 Grad.
Yeah, speed 8 knots, maybe even less. $75 still. Something like that. So, I think they're moving on a course like that, which means angle on bow would be roughly 15 degrees.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
And the distance, that's tricky. To figure out the distance like that in the darkness. Ah yes, I have to make up my mind what type of ship it actually is. It's not a C3. Might be this one or this one. Sorry, it's not this one. So this one or that one. How could I figure that out?
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 235 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 325 Grad.
I think it's not. Look at the flag. I fear that it's neutral. It's some South American something. Still can't tell the nationality. Let's give it a save. Let's give it a save. I don't want to cheat. I could use the cinematic view, but I don't want to do that at the moment. Yeah, from this point of view, it's pretty hard to figure out which one of the two transports, merchantman, this one is. Still 70 degrees. Yeah, the difference between the two ships actually is whether there is... okay. It's this one, it's an Empire Bell, pretty sure. So now I should be able to figure out the distance.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 2, 0, 1 Meter. Gegnerlage 2, 8 links. Gegnerfahrt 8 Knoten.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 14 years, yeah. That's exactly what I meant with time flies by. Yeah. Could you help me? What's this flag? It's something South American, isn't it? Argentina? I think I have to get to the surface and board them. I think we are gonna have to board them.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Bestätige.
Give it a save. And
Anblasen.
get to the
Aktuelle
surface.
Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
55 degrees. Yeah, look at their course. They're definitely bound for England, aren't they? Target is still too far for making them stop.
Ja. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Now let's see that we get on a parallel course close to them. Yeah, we can report that sighting of the transport.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kanoi?
Yeah, finally Yeah, I'm gonna signal them that we are gonna board them, that we are gonna send an away team to inspect the ship. Hey, we are pretty close by now, aren't we? I'm surprised that yeah, okay, now I get the possibility to interact. Let's get
Kurs auf
parallel.
diese Koordinaten setzen.
And there we go. And interacting means freighter is unarmed, seems to be not escorted, and flies a neutral flag. The price rules allow us to sink such a ship only if we are certain that they are headed towards an enemy port. If we lack that certainty, we should investigate. Send a delegation. Let's send. Oh, okay. Ah, shit. Two guys are pretty tired. So what I will do is Mr. Arlos, you get a cup of coffee. I want you for the away team. So I think this sent the delegation. Mr. Grade, the helmet. Mr. Arlos, you get the explosives. And Mr. Trummel, the bosun, getting the gun. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ranks to board the ship. If you look at the map, hey, see, this is their course. So pretty sure that they are going for Great Britain. Can't be anything else. Let's stop now.
Stopp.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
What's the time? 10:15. Your crew climbs the deck with some help from the cargo ship crew. After that, you're welcomed by the ship's captain, but he tries to communicate in English and doesn't speak German too well. Luckily, Albert Vogel speaks fluently English, so there is no language barrier. After exchanging pleasantries, he invites you to a private room. Yeah. Ask for the shipping documents. Okay, according to the documents, the ship is directed to the port of Vigo, but the course is different. Put some pressure and state that the documents seem to be false. The course doesn't look like they are traveling to the port of Vigo. You try questioning the authenticity of the documents to see how the captain of this freighter reacts. He finds some explanations to some of your challenges, but after you repeat to cast the doubts, he breaks and admits that the documents are fake. It turns out that they are smuggling various goods to Britain under false flag. From now on, this freighter is considered a fair price. You can sink it without risking an international incident. Very good. I thought so from the course. Shall we search the hold? No, come on. That takes so much time. Is it really worth it? I don't have much space for. Yeah, order evacuation. The captain isn't happy about it, but clearly accepts that there is nothing that he can do to avoid this from happening. He doesn't respond to you, but instead starts to shout out to his crew and organizes the evacuation of the freighter. Now, let's go to the engine room, and here I can scuttle. That's because one of my guys has this special engineering skill. We could just scuttle the ship without wasting any explosives. There we see them going down. Wow, it's so dark. Don't see much, something. But there they go. In the darkness. So let's give it a save. One more sunk ship. And we can send Mr. Preen to the radio to report that. One more success. And yeah, let's see. What about the interactions? Lifeboat 1. Invite them on board. Yeah, let's check. Better, yeah. Mr. Jones, Mr. Bergelund. That's lifeboat 1, lifeboat 2, and lifeboat 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all. There's 3 guys which we have to leave behind. And we are gonna give them some supplies. That will give us some reputation, some additional reputation. Okay, so at that point, please allow me to be AFK just for 1 minute. Alright guys, back again. Thanks for your patience. So, is there, no debris floating? Yeah, okay. So let's keep on going.
Voraus. Kurs setzen.
Yeah, we are still in the BE range, so this is gonna be accounted for the black pit just as well. So we are at 233,000 tons out of 250,000 tons. We are getting closer and closer to finally reach this accomplishment here, the milk cow. Never had that before, playing the game for several years, and still I never was in the situation to actually use a milk cow. That means that you don't have to go back to port for refueling and rearming, but you can get support on the open sea. By the way, I think I would like to have the crew do another hydrophone check. Hey Varkur! Hey, nice to have you in, and great to have you in the chat in particular. Yes, that's actually the plan. So there is missions around here, Operation Drumbeat, or down here. Attack on Aruba. That's actually the plan. So when we have the support of the milk cow, we could finally venture all over the Atlantic and go for these missions here. Yeah, and of course there is other missions like the southern routes and down here mine laying. A lot of stuff to be here. And well, so at one point we might even make up our mind whether we would like to go for the Strait of Gibraltar to the Mediterranean. So much possibilities. So Varkur, I'm always curious on what your experience, I mean, any experience of the people in the chat is on the game. Well, still, now let's consider. Let's do another hydrophone check and see if there is any other contact around which is worth going for. We still have 4 torpedoes, a fore and 2 torpedoes aft. Okay, alright, Varkur, but yeah, I would warmly recommend the game. I mean, if you are in for simulations, or maybe particularly in for naval simulations, the game is great. If you ask me, this is the best submarine simulation ever. And believe me that I don't get paid by the developers of the game. That's just my free judgment. It's so great. So, hydrophone check makes the crew go into some automated workflow, bringing the boat down to 50 meters, stopping the engines down there, and then doing a 5 minutes hydrophone check. And well, after 5 minutes, they are gonna bring the boat back to the surface. Yeah, okay, so if you're only going for Linux, yeah. Do you have some kind of a I'm not very close with Linux, so never did it by myself. Is there any kind of emulation mode to kind of emulate MS Microsoft and then playing games on that one?
Schraubengeräusche. Große Gruppe. Peilung 55 Grad.
Now, contacts. Let's see what we have. Maybe this is just the ships that we had around here already. Actually, before we sank this guy a night ago, or well, I think in game time.
45 Meter.
What do we have? Okay, it's 10:15, and it was in the morning that we actually sank 2 transports of this convoy, which is going that direction. But yeah, that's them probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for them, but yeah, this one is going with high speed. Let's mark it on the map. Not quite sure which direction it's going. Single 03. Most probably it's going west. Let's see. Let's see if we can get that guy. It's going at high speed. Let's go after him.
Kurs setzen.
So, bring us back to the surface, please. I usually go for the 5 minutes of hydrophone check to just be sure that there is nothing around. But right now, this guy moving high speed, I would like to get the guy.
Kurs setzen.
And
Aktuelle Tiefe
if he's
40
going,
Meter.
if he's a guy that we want to sink, he would probably be going to England, that course.
20 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 305 Grad.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Yeah, well, I quite see your point.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
I quite see your point. But yeah, I would like to speak in favor of these developers here. That's a very, very small development team. And I think they just couldn't afford to also do it for the Linux operation system. Although, I mean, maybe they could meanwhile, because it's a great team, it's a great game, and they are really working on it and improving things. And they should be earning quite a bit of money with it just as well. I hope they do, because they really earn it. Now there is this guy. It's high speed. It's said to go with high speed. What would be high speed? Would probably be 10. Let's say, or guess, that they're moving maybe with 12 knots. No.
Äußerste Kraft
Us.
voraus.
Sorry, back on the surface. Going with 17 knots, something like that. So, yeah, I would probably not be able to catch up with the guy before he leaves the BE area. Problem is, when he leaves the BE area to the east, any sunk tonnage would not account anymore for the Black Pit. This is only these quadrants. Only these quadrants that count for the Black Pit. Here, BE is the most eastern one. Yeah, but let's see. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, 30 liters of water in the bilge. That's perfectly alright and uncritical. Yeah, Varkor. Something like a year ago, I had quite good reason to be pissed off by Microsoft. And I was serious. I think it's longer. Maybe it's even 2 years ago already. My account actually was hacked. And I got really no support by Microsoft. And I had a lot of phone calls, and it ranged from, yeah, helpful technicians, but still, well, completely helpless. They would have liked to help me, but they were not able to, and, well, it ranged up to some, yeah, assholes who actually just tried to get rid of me. And nobody was able to help me. At that time, I was seriously thinking about maybe changing to Linux, but, well, in the end, I was just afraid of the effort and all the time that you have to put into it. And then, well, so I'm still with Microsoft, I have to admit. But since then, I never bought any Microsoft game anymore, actually. Now let's do a bit of time acceleration. There we go. It looks like the wind speed is going down. It went down from 12 to 11. It's just fine. And here we are. Now, shall we do another hydrophone check? To get a second data point to figure out where they are going to. So we had this contact here. And now our guesstimate is that they might be somewhere on this circle. Let's see where they are. Let's see if we stand any chance of chasing them down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but still. I think I'm not gonna do it at the moment.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
I just don't have the patience, to be honest. I just don't have the patience to put time into that.
25 Meter.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It is. But if you do have any possibility to emulate this game on Linux, I would really recommend that you try it. I mean, if there is any game worth the money, it's this one here. But of course, I mean, it depends whether you like these kind of games.
50 Meter.
But yeah, the developers are really doing a good job. It's a small studio, and it's so amazing what a small studio can do. And yeah, large studios pretty often really fuck it up. Like
25 Meter.
a new game coming up, you have what not expectations, and then they just fail. Had that quite a few times in the past, that I was so disappointed by what a big game studio actually did deliver. I don't get any
50
report.
Meter.
I wonder if I should go for these guys. It does look a bit like that the military guys have abandoned to escort the merchant guys. No, they are. I mean, going to 1.0, that was a great step. Introducing this second type of submarine, and they are still working. And I'm pretty confident that that it's not just fake or something. They are working on a DLC, which sounds pretty good. So my impression is that they are really still working on the game. Well, why not going for these guys up here? See, convoy 02. Maybe I would like to go for them. They are going on a rough course like that. Ah, what's that? Single unit, medium. That sounds interesting. Closing in. Maybe I should go for that guy. But if it is closing in, it's definitely not on a suspicious course. Single 04. But maybe that's the next guy that I'm investigating if I actually lost contact on these guys here. But let's finish the hydrophone check.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Let's finish the hydrophone check. Sorry, I need to do some snacks. I'm giving you a bit of munching noise. Sorry, guys. Yeah, hey, nice. I'm just a small streamer, so if there are 12 people in the stream, that's pretty great for me. Thanks, guys, for being interested in what I do here. And yeah, I'm always happy if you put some comments into the chat. Give me some feedback. ASMR. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah, let me call it ASMR. Yep, good point. Yeah. Now we're still down here. Let's finish the check. And yeah, so forget about these guys. Obviously, we lost the contact, but let's see if we go for these guys. And if this guy turns out to be neutral, we could still go for this convoy, which is, as it looks like, stripped of escort. Oh, well, maybe not completely stripped, but some of the escort seems to be moving ahead.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Single 03. Moving with 15 knots. So if we go flank speed for this contact here, we still have all options. We could go for this convoy and we could try to intercept this one, although it seems to be moving with quite some speed. It might be quite a challenge to intercept these guys, particularly before they leave the BE area. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so you guys watching, I'm always glad to get some feedback in the chat, but yeah, don't feel pushed. It's perfectly fine if you just watch or lurk. But let me just mention, this is, although it might look like kind of a private chat, it isn't. Just don't hesitate to participate. Give me a hi or thumbs up or comment on what you think about the game. There we are, back to the surface. Flank speed. So this would be 1 hour. 11:30. Let's go until 12:30 and then maybe do another hydrophone check. The private saucy chat, yeah. Yeah. So here we are, another 1 hour. Estimated distance 40 miles to this contact, and now they should be they're actually going with 50 knots. They would be here by now. And them also going with, yeah, just 8 knots probably. In there. And this guy, I don't know, 8 knots, somewhere on that circle. Let's give it a hydrophone check.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Yeah, standard workflow now for the crew. Bringing the boat down to 50 meters and doing the hydrophone check. You see all the crew running for to give additional diving ballast. Mr. Schneider is doing a maintenance in parallel. Depth charts are being manned and Mr. Grade just opened the valves, flooding the ballast tanks. What we see here.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. E-Motoren wechseln.
Down we go. Now.
Schraubengeräusche. 280 Grad.
We already get a contact.
25 Meter.
Yeah, alright, that's them. Pretty much where I expected them to be. And you always have to keep in mind that the reporting, like with the hydrophone, is not 100% precise.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 340 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 0 Grad.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
50 Meter.
High moving away. Medium moving away. I don't know.
45 Meter.
Single low 5. So let's see, let's wait if we get any more reasonable contacts.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 330 Grad.
50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 5 Grad.
I don't know. That looks a bit weird. Pretty incoherent. Yeah, let's finish the hydrophone check. I would still hope to get some contact about these guys down here. Mr. Hinrich at the hydrophone, being supported by Mr. Keller.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 17
Okay,
Grad.
another one. All right, that's them. Pretty much where I guessed them to be. Single low 3.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Don't know what I have to make out of this one. Single low 6 maybe. Sorry guys. Be back in 60 seconds. So we have plenty of contacts and I'm pretty curious which one of them might turn out to be a good hunt for us. Okay. Yeah, still hydrophone checking. Still submerged, still at
Peilung 155 Grad.
another contact, or maybe just one of those that we already have. Okay. Hey, come on. Loads of contacts. And this one, maybe it's, let's see, could be the same guy. I called it single, but maybe it's not single. Maybe it's a multi-contact convoy.
Anblasen.
Yeah, it's after midnight. 20 minutes to 1 o'clock. There we go, back to the surface.
25 Meter. Auf diese Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yeah, pretty unclear what the course of these. Well, the course of these guys is clear. So after 1 more hour, they would be there. So at the moment, there's not much of a chance to actually catch up with them. Yes. Yep. Lovely time for standing watch on the bridge, on the conning tower for a few hours. You're completely right. And this is what I pretty much love about the game. I mean, now at nighttime you don't see it because it's dark nights that I play. But yeah, you're right. And the graphics of the game is so lovely. Really giving you this kind of immersion. We have 2 crewmates who actually have to stand watch in this weather. And it's not too stormy. But still, we have quite a wave, quite a swell going. Yeah, early mid-February. Still relatively short days, relatively long nights, and pretty stormy, yeah. Yes, well, the captain actually has. So this is the private cabin of the captain. Over there. Private. so that he is the only one who has a curtain to give him some privacy, and who doesn't have a double bunk. A curtain, yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the smaller submarine, the Type 2 that you have in the beginning, it's even worse. They don't have stern torpedoes, but the officers' bunks are in the stern, right next to the engines. So you really wonder how they could ever sleep there. Sleeping virtually in the engine room, just being, separated from the engines by a curtain. But yeah, I guess it's realistic. Don't think that they made it up, but probably it's research. I have the feeling that these guys here doing the game, that they are doing a pretty thorough research. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, somebody please turn on the pump to get the 40 liters of water out of the bilge. And now, yeah, let's give it another save and see that we do some time acceleration. So 22.2. One hour. The wind speed is still reducing. It's down to 10 knots now. A few hours ago it was still 12 knots. Here we are. Yeah, being wet and cold for 2 to 3 weeks at a time, not to mention you're stuck in there with, not 20, 40 or 50 actually. Yep, you're completely right. And yeah, being shaken all the time by the bad weather. Yep. Yeah, Volvolu, right. So here in the game, you actually have 20 hands and 7 officers. But in real life, I mean, they kind of made it more, handleable. So, but in real life, you would actually be talking about something like 40 hands and, much more officers. I mean, also, you don't have this in the game, but there are officers and petty officers. Like the radio guy in real life probably would be an officer, but a petty officer. Yeah, that's what I heard. About that mod. So, Volvolu, does it mean when you actually apply that mod that you maybe have something like 40 people in the boat? Does it mean that oxygen consumption would be twice as large then? And food consumption? Would make it pretty tough actually. But to my gut feeling, more realistic.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Let's do another hydrophone check here. That's so nice. You see all the off-watch guys running to the front compartment, giving additional ballast. Yeah, again, we saw Mr. Schneider doing the maintenance of the torpedoes.
Alarm! Handelsschiffe in Sicht! Peilung 75 Grad.
Okay,
25 Meter.
that sounds good.
Traumgeräusche. Große Gruppe. Peilung 255 Grad.
Now we don't need alarm. We can step away from battle stations.
Ja?
That guy is pretty close. We should go for him.
Traumgeräusch. Peilung 10 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Single, I don't know, whatever contact that is.
Herr Kaloy?
Meter.
Herr Kapitän?
That's them. This convoy, which I attacked in the very beginning.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, high speed moving away. Let's ignore them and see what else we get.
Traumgeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 15 Grad.
Yeah, let's go through the whole 5 minutes of hydrophone check to make sure that we get everybody. Might be that this guy is actually shadowing the contact here. Let's see. Maybe we are not gonna get that contact. So maybe it's roughly that course.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 75 Grad.
Another one,
Wie lauten
another
Ihre Befehle, Herr
contact.
Kaloy?
Okay, that's them, and they are pretty much where I predicted them to be.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
That's a single O, I don't know, was it O3? Yeah. Sorry, but we are definitely not getting that one.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 340 Grad.
More. Moving away. Come on, let's go for this one now. Yeah, yeah, good point. So what will they do? I mean, if all the rest of the mechanics stays the same, you have just larger watches, and then there is a lot of idle people during a watch. Here you have one guy at the galley, a helmsman, 2 death steers, cleaning station. Well, 5 people. So if you have 10 people per watch, you would really, change the simulation and give them something meaningful to do. Yep, that's right. That's right.
Anblasen.
There we go. Back to the surface. And let's assume that this is the same guy. Then they are going with, 9 knots. Which is pretty fast for a merchant. So half an hour would bring them there.
Kurs setzen.
And what about us? Flank speed.
Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter.
Going like that should put us onto a nice interception course for this one.
Herr Kalol, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yeah, just 5 minutes left until we have change of watch. How many officers do you have in total then?
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Bestätige. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Natürlich, Herr Kalol.
Yeah, there are still features that you could improve and make the game even better. But it is complaining on a high level or optimizing on a high level.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, just too dark to see anything. They could be in range by now. But maybe not yet. they are.
Handelsschiff. 280 Grad.
Looks like they are closing in on
Alle
us.
Maschinen stopp.
Pretty straight, we are right in the way of them. So they are going for a course which is not that clear. So the previous ship, they were clearly going for England. This one here is going on another course, so it might be more tricky to figure out whether they are neutral or not, or going false flags.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Ah, it's US. It is US. So, guys, let's dive. Let's go
Auf Seerohr.
for periscope depth. It's a US ship and we are at war with the United States. So sorry, guys. My dear friends and watchers from the US, please don't take it personal. It's the game. In real life, of course, I'm pretty happy, well, more than pretty happy, that we lost the war and the Allies actually freed us from these wackos.
Eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Pretty hard to say which course they are taking.
Schraubengeräusche.
I could fire a stern torpedo,
280
shall I? Problem is that I am completely unsure about what kind of ship that actually is. Is it really a C3?
Schraubengeräusche. Große Gruppe.
I don't know.
Peilung 165 Grad.
Yeah, it is. I think it is.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Did it spot us? Might be that it did spot us. Angle on bow. Something like that, I don't know.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 5-0 links.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung
Distance.
190 Grad.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 4, 1 Meter. Lage 5, 4, Bug links.
Draught 8.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 250
Rohr
Grad.
5 bewässern. Rohr 5 bewässern. Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden.
Yeah, but I was wrong. This one. I guess it was a Liberty. The draught of the Liberty is just the same, so pretty good.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 205 Grad.
Okay, pretty much looks like the propellers are not working anymore. Why it's so shitty dark. I think I'm gonna have to home in another torpedo. What's the direction?
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, so it was a hit, but it's not sinking yet. From the sound, the crew reported that it was a heavy hit. And yeah, it might be that they are sinking over the stern, I would say. And there is no sound of a moving. Yeah, you're right. Maybe. Yeah, you're completely right, Varkur. Let's finish it off with the deck gun. Yep. Good point.
Anblasen.
Get to the surface.
5 Meter.
Ah, shit, come on. What I forgot is that they do have guns. Might be that I just did a severe mistake. They are armed. And they might open fire on me. Aqua icing. Hey, aqua icing. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That's a bad idea. I should have sunk it with the torpedo. Now I'm in trouble because they're gonna fire on me. But
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
oh, yeah, alright, I'm lucky. They are evacuating. That could have gone pretty wrong. I was just thinking about that too late. That they are armed. I will be hard to see until I fire. Yep. Yeah, aqua icing, you're right. But no. They're sinking anyway, so the crew has abandoned the ship, which means no risk of taking fire anymore. But that's the things that you have to heed.
Sie gehen unter.
Einer weniger.
Hey, they're sinking. Yeah, but actually, Varkur, to dive is so slow that you really run the risk of taking quite a few hits before you actually get down. Yeah, no more war crimes, so
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
let's
setzen. Alle
just
Maschinen
stop. Report that to the headquarters
Funkraum
and give the guys in the life rafts a few food rations. Ooh, hey, wow. So many lifeboats. I'm pretty impressed. That must have been a large guy. What's the typical size of them? Displacement 7,000. Ah, okay.
Gesendet.
What do you mean with the Geneva checklist? The Geneva Conventions, war conventions, something. That's what you mean, right? I guess. Let's get through this checklist. That already existed in the Second World War, didn't it? Let's give it a save. And now give them supplies. And this will give us quite some reputation. If it's abandoned, yeah, but they sank anyway. No need to board it. Well, actually, it is sunk by now. But yeah, that's right. As soon as it's abandoned, that's one of my favorite strategies. Scare the crew away. Scare them so that they abandon the craft and then go in and scuttle the ship with the engineer. 2. Number 3, give them supplies as well. I do have plenty of supplies, luckily. Three, 4. Five. And the last one, life raft number 6. Hey guys, all the best wishes. Hope you make it. And there is a bit of replacement parts.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
I think I don't have any space left for the replacement parts. Let's see. From 49, okay. Yeah. I think there are some rules which are pretty old. Good luck out there on the Atlantic. Have a carrot. Yeah. Yeah, but what else can I do? I already have 8 refugees on board. I can't take more. So give them some food and feel good with it, or feel less bad. Throw it out. Just don't need it. And what's that? Canned bread? Let's get the canned bread. This is something that makes sense. To harvest it, to loot it. Alright, so Mr. Drummer,
Warte Ihre Befehle.
please get the stuff.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
4 pieces of bread. Yeah, the storeroom is full. What you hear here is the compressors. Yeah, we did dive, and back to the surface we have to refill our compressed air. Yeah, let's get the bread to the stores. There he comes.
Torpedorohr 1 bewacht.
All right. Wow. Hey, look at it. 241 actually. So it's just roughly 2 more ships we have to sink, and we will have finished this Black Pit set of missions. That's so amazing. Just something like 2 weeks ago I thought it was undoable, and now I'm almost there. Yep, I'm so close. And we still have 4 torpedoes in. Let's give it a save. Let's give it another save. Yeah, we won't get this one here before it leaves the BE area. Yep, yeah, Volvolo, that's right. It's so important to have the submarine pens. If you haven't, well, actually, what I saw is when you don't leave port, but if you stay moored during the air raid, at least you get some kind of unrealistic instant repair. At least it was like that in the past. If you ask me, they should correct it. Of course, it's comfortable, but more realistic would be that you could actually be sunk just being moored. We all remember the good old movie and how it ends. So I could still try to go for these guys. Give it a save. And they go for another hour, and us also going for another hour.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
We should be well able to intercept these guys. So let's do that. Yeah, we are still fine. Just a bit of water in the bilge. We still have the 4 torpedoes, which is perfectly fine for an attack on 1 decent merchant. And we have 1 torpedo astern. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good what we do. Makes perfect sense. Discipline is 100%. Air quality 100. Battery capacity is at 90. Yeah, that's alright. Let's stick to that. We are gonna go flank speed to intercept this convoy, and it will still, yeah, we won't load our batteries when we are going flank, but I can live with it. I can live with the batteries being at 90%. It's just fine. 2:45. Let's accelerate to 3:45. So, half an hour. Let's go another half an hour. And then do another hydrophone check. Just to be sure what we have around.
Laufen auf 50 Meter.
Yeah, the crew again assembling in the front compartment. Mr. Schneider opening the valves. And yeah, there is the second guy missing to man the depth steers. Here he comes. And down we go. 80%. Yeah, the water pouring into the ballast tanks, dragging us down.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Yeah, guys, it's so great to have you in. So, quite a few watchers. If anybody of you likes what you see, yeah, what I used to say is I'm perfectly happy if you just watch, and lurking is perfectly fine. But of course,
45 Meter.
if you would give me a follow, that would actually make me a little bit more happy. Just glad to have a few people watching, but having a few more followers, of course, kind of, yeah, that's the ultimate reward, isn't it,
50 Meter.
for a streamer to get followers. So if you like what you see, give me a follow. That would be so much appreciated. But don't feel pushed.
Aktuelle
Just
Tiefe
watch if you like to watch. That's perfectly fine just as well. No.
Herr Kapitän,
Okay, lots of ships around there. Let's just ignore them, and I think they are military anyway. So pretty glad to get rid of them.
kleine Gruppe. Peilung 95 Grad.
Yeah, that's them.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 350 Grad.
Another one. Pretty far away. Okay, that's a new one. Single contact. I think it's even number 7. However,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
yeah, we should get some reporting about this convoy there. There's plenty of ships. They can't just have vanished.
Schraubengeräusche. Große Gruppe. Peilung 320 Grad.
Okay, that's them. That's the guys I would like to chase down finally. But maybe they are moving a bit faster. 9, 10. Could it be that they are moving with 10 knots right now? Half an hour. Half an hour. So that should be perfectly fine. To get in like that. Still checking.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 15 Grad.
Another contact. Yeah, okay, that's them. SO3. But not sure. Could it really be them? Yeah, doesn't matter actually. I'm not gonna go after them anyway.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter. Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
There we are back to the surface. And now go on flank speed. Let's give it one more save. And then doing a bit of overtime acceleration. Going for half an hour. Four miles. Ah, no. It's 4:30 in the morning. I really don't want to do a night attack because visibility is just too bad at nights.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
So let's go for a parallel course and attack at dawn.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
We still have 5 torpedoes. 4 bow torpedoes and 1 stern torpedo.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Yeah, if we go like that.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Better do it a bit faster. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, we are going 8 knots, which is roughly the same speed as the convoy is going. Let's give it a save and then okay. Half past 4,
2 gewartet.
half past 5 actually.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Another hour. I would like to attack at dawn. So let's stay on a parallel course, and as soon as we have sufficient daylight, we are gonna go in.
Navigation besetzen.
Mr. Arles ist ja auch forged, but I need you. Do I need you really? Nah, not at the moment. So it's perfectly fine if you take a rest.
Ja. Endlich ein paar
Captain may take a rest just as well. And there we have the first hint of daylight in the east, but the enemy actually is in the west. It's the moon. Yeah. No. There is the smoke columns. Yeah, that's the convoy. That's the convoy. Pretty large. Well guarded. And still too dark.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite some challenge. Yeah, we are right ahead of that convoy. What if I go? Yeah, okay, we do have some light. Let's go in, let's give it a save, and then let's dive and go in for maybe one more kill.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Scope depth. Yeah. It's the break of dawn. So this is a good point of time. Good point in time for our attack.
Herr Kanoi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Ton für Rundblick eingesteuert. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
All right.
Standseerohr besetzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 25 Grad.
I think I'm fine.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 25 Grad.
Yep, there we have very faintly smoke columns.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 275 Grad.
No, I'm going in for the kill. Hopefully it's gonna be a kill. I'm gonna try to infiltrate into the convoy. So the situation is that they have the merchantmen lined up and the escorts, actually doing a circle around the whole convoy. And I have to try to get in, infiltrate into the convoy without being spotted by the surrounding escorts.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 80 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
There they are, smoke columns.
Schraubengeräusche. Große Gruppe. Peilung 330 Grad. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Oh, come on, they should be closer, they can't be that far away. That must be a misreading, it must be a misreading. Hey, where are they? Just had them inside. Yeah, okay. If you have a sorry, if you have a change, if you have a change of weather, they are gone. Fuck it. Where are they? Not a single smoke column to be visible anymore.
Peilung 200 Grad.
Well, there they are. Yep, alright, dead ahead. That was what I expected. Let's hope that the men of war actually did abandon them. Hey, Radiohead. Yep. Nice name. Yeah, Captain Paddy, right? It is. Thanks for joining the stream. Or joining this chat. And yeah, glad to have you, and I hope you had a good weekend. Good start into the weekend. Yeah, the Saturday so far. It's a great game. It's definitely a great game. And so, if you ask me, it's a very good choice to start with this one. Well, maybe one basic thing that you have to keep in mind in the beginning is that you have to do this. Let me see. The crew management. Doing the schedule. Assigning the tasks. So there is kind of a default that you have, but there are quite a few explanations on YouTube how to distribute the tasks, how to do the schedule, and how to actually do the squads. I do it in 1, 2, 3 shifts, and I manually actually assign each of the crewmates to one of the shifts, and then you can give this general schedule. Like what I do is 4 hours watch, 8 hours off watch, and if you have it with 3 watch groups, it works out perfectly fine. But you can do it differently. This is really something. So I think the best is if you would kind of check out a YouTube video. There are some explanation videos, particularly how you should put the numbers here in the tasks tables. And yeah, don't be ashamed to do it on a low difficulty level in the beginning. Yep, that really makes a difference. Your kind of cross-section, detection cross-section towards radar, towards visuals, and towards ASTIC. There they are.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
Yeah, I am. I'm doing the complete walkthrough through the campaign from the very beginning. So I started in September 39, and now I am in February 42. So I'm something like a bit more than 2 years into the war, and yeah, I'm playing it on almost highest difficulty level with dark nights and just everything real, mood of the crew, and what else do you have? Like, as you see here, I have it in this mode where you don't have the position of the enemies automatically marked on the map, so that you really have to do the tracking by yourself. Pretty much like that. Yeah, I love the game, if you ask me. I mean, if you are in simulations, this one here is really the best submarine simulation ever, I would say. And generally, it's a beautiful simulation because they really do this kind of loadout. Of course, the submarine is a machine, but on the other hand, crew is operating the machine, and this is simulated so beautifully in the game that it's not just pressing buttons on the machine as a captain, but you give orders to the crew, and the crew is actually carrying out the orders. And yeah, that is wonderfully translated into the game here. Yeah, it's a small studio. It's just a few developers, and it's so great. We had to see what just a few guys can actually do if they are aficionados for their games. It's so much in contrast with what large development studios delivered in the last months. It's completely open world. I mean, of course, you get missions, you get patrol areas assigned, but in principle, it's really open world. So you just sail out, you have to track down convoys. The encounters are not scripted, but well, there are convoys being simulated to move all along the place, and either you find them or not. And there are even other German submarines who participate in battles. And yeah, I even had the situation that I wanted to sink a merchantman And it was just sunk by another German submarine before I could do it. Yep, you can. Like, that's the vast Atlantic, and all the coasts are simulated. There is the port of Boston, New Jersey, New York. There are missions over here. I mean, you don't have these missions in the beginning. It is. Yeah, it's so open world. By the way, if anybody of you likes what you see, of course, I'm always glad to get a few follows. Just a small streamer, just doing this as an aficionado, but 1 or 2 more follows is always a great, confirmation of what I do. But yeah, don't feel pushed. Perfectly fine if you just watch. Haha, hey, Captain Paddy. Thank you very much. That is very much appreciated. Thanks for the follow. Hey, Radiohead. Thank you very much. Just the same. Much appreciated, Radiohead and Captain Paddy. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it takes a little while to do the whole walkthrough. So, yeah, thank you very much. So, I think it's something like more than half a year that I'm playing this campaign here, starting from the scratch in 39, September 39, and then going all through until February 42. There are actually guys in the stream who actually did the whole walkthrough through the campaign until the end of the game. Weight loss, I'm not quite sure if he's still in the chat, but he actually just recently went through the whole campaign. And we are all eager because sooner or later there will be an upgrade and a new DLC. And yeah, another completely different boat will be available by then. Yeah, we will see. So it's really worthwhile if you like this kind of games. I'm an aficionado of the sea. So look at that. How beautifully. It's dark. It's still early morning, so the outside views don't look that great, but you can still guess how great it is. You have the first hints of the rising sun over there in the east. The sun will soon rise there, and towards the west it's much darker, just like you would expect it to be. Yeah, White Loss, yeah, in Buenos Aires. Hey, Volvolu, you also did a whole playthrough, yeah? That's so amazing. Yeah, for me it's still quite a while. It's 42, 3, 4, 5. So still 3 years into the war. Yeah, it's always amazing how few people actually reach these achievements. So if you look at that, it pretty much looks like that there is just very few people playing the game seriously. Yeah, so 100 meters is perfectly fine, 150. So if you go down to 200, the boat would still make it, but anything more would really increase the risk. But yeah, my experience is that you can actually go easily to 200 and it's no risk, not too much of a risk to get the boat completely crushed. But still, you get a lot of water in that deep through gaskets which are not 100% tight and things. And yeah, the drive shaft in particular, when you move. And of course, if you get hit down there by depth charge, then you're really in trouble, because from down there you never get back up. If you develop a leak, you just don't get the water out again. So from my experience, most reasonable range if you are gonna be attacked by enemy escorts, by depth charges, stay in this range here. If you go any deeper, it's just too risky that weird things, bad things are happening. Okay, so you went that far down. 150, yeah, okay, so you used to go deeper than I usually do. That's interesting. At the fringe of the yellow, yeah, okay, yeah. Would be around here. 150, yeah. Yeah, I would be curious about that. Let's see. Oh, but I'm gonna go for that one. Smoke columns coming up. But they are still all of them hull down. Yeah, sorry guys, I have to be AFK once more. Need to get some water. So don't go away. I just let it run. Don't pause the game, so keep an eye. You have the con. Be back in a minute.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
are closing in. Battery status. Yeah, 97% still. Oxygen, 93. Discipline is high. So we are fine up to now.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 160 Grad.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
Torpedorohr gewartet.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 165 Grad.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
So, at the moment I am putting myself right in front of that convoy, hoping to be able to infiltrate it without being noticed by the escorts. Yeah, okay. That's good difference. Yeah, the one U-boat doesn't forgive. Yeah, yeah. No, it's just about tonnage. You have to sink merchant tonnage. Sinking man of war doesn't help you much. In comparison to the merchant ships, the tonnage of the man of war is negligible, and yeah, that's not the mission of the German submarines in Second World War. Their mission was not to sink military ships, but to sink merchantmen. And this is nicely reflected in the game. So my mission now is to just seep into that convoy and sink as many merchant ships as I can. And of course the escorts are gonna try to prevent me from doing that. So if I'm lucky, I can get in without being detected by the escort and fire my remaining torpedoes. I already had some successful encounter with exactly this convoy 2 days ago. I already sank 2 ships out of that convoy and then got away. And now I'm going in again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 torpedoes left in the bows, and astern just 1 torpedo left. And with this, yeah, you hear it. You hear them pinging on you. Or you hear them sounding alarm when they spot you. You get pinged, yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's get in. I think sooner than I like, I will be able to show you what it's like when you get pinged. And yeah, you also get reports from your crew about that. Yeah, firing illumination to the sky. Yeah, exactly, that's it. You will definitely know. And it feels pretty real. I mean, you just don't know it because you have some kind of a text line showing up. Hey, you are detected, but you recognize it from the game, from the reports of the crew, from the sounds. That's what I so much like. The immersion of this game is really, really great. Here we have Mr. Hinrich. At the time he's operating the depth, the hydrophone, and he will be very helpful. Okay.
Alarm! Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 335 Grad.
So this is a merchantman. What else do we have? Another merchantman. All these ships look like merchantmen. That's at least reassuring. At the moment, there is no ship which definitely looks like a man. This one might be. No, this is also a merchantman just further away. So I think we are in a good position at the moment. But hey, crew, you don't have to be on battle stations. Not yet. So now, Mr. Grader, he's our chief engineer. I want him to improve depth keeping, which means that he's gonna supervise the guys at the depth steers, which prevents us or reduces the chance of us broaching the surface, getting visible. Yeah, yep, I well understand that. Yeah, of course I do. I do use time compression, but yeah, just sparsely when I get that close to the enemy. So if we look at it, I did use it before, but right now I would be afraid using it. When I'm once so close to an enemy convoy, I just wouldn't use time compression anymore. So is this military? Might be. That's transport, merchant, I mean. Merchant. Another merchant. Good thing is that my impression is that after my last attack, they kind of separated. It pretty much looked like that. The escort more or less abandoned the merchants to get back home. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. I mean, you play the game in real time. And if you, just like weight loss Right, if you wouldn't use time compression, it would just take that long. Yeah, I'm already quite progressed in the development, so I already do have available sound-seeking torpedoes, and I have one sound-seeking torpedo left in my stern torpedo, so it's always a good thing to be able to fire a sound-seeking torpedo from stern onto any escort that might go for you. Yeah, let's keep fingers crossed. We are getting in nicely. Fingers crossed that we don't get detected by one of the escorts too early. Well, let's give it a save at that point and allow me to get me another drink. So let's pause at that point. Yeah, this will be an underwater submerged attack here. So don't go away. Be back in just 60 seconds. All right, back again. Thanks for your patience. Well, I don't like surface attacks. You are so easily to be spotted. And the escorts would just open fire with their deck guns on you when you do a surface attack. That just doesn't make much sense. So stay hidden with a periscope attack. Sneak upon them, fire your torpedoes onto the merchants and dive away. That's the strategy, actually. At least for me, I never was pretty successful with surface attacks, even at night. Just didn't get it done. Yeah, the game definitely is not an arcade game. It's pretty complex and you need quite a bit of patience, actually, like you see. So This attack is gonna take a while. That transport is closing in. Not quite sure if this is maybe a man of war. Another transport. This one is a man of war. I'm pretty sure that this one is a man of war. An escort. So changing course, let's see. Shall we go for that one? Would make sense. So sorry guys if I'm not gonna heed the chat now for the next minutes. I have to check. And make up our mind. So I think I should go for that one. And that one, which means let's turn around. All the time I was tracking their course by doing hydrophone checks, so I'm pretty sure that this is their course, which, yeah, it's pretty important that you have a good estimation of what their heading is. That is what you actually need to get a precise torpedo solution and hit them. Yeah, that's right. You have all these influences. So bad weather, stormy weather, waves really reduce the hydrophone range. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, super rewarding. Yeah, that's actually phrasing it. Yeah, it takes a while. You need some patience, but when you finally home in a torpedo and have it hit and see that target is going down, that's so rewarding. Yeah. How long? I don't know. An hour or something? Even more. I wouldn't have 20 hours. I wouldn't have had any guess about that. I never went to a max. You see that our air quality is already down to 80% by now. Well, only down to 80%, so we are still fine. Battery quality, capacity 90%. Yeah, you can stay put for quite a while. Maybe I would like to have Mr. Trummel at the torpedo calculator and the captain at the periscope. Yeah, that's right. You can use potassium absorbers if you turn on the ventilation. That kind of helps. Guys. Yeah, okay. There they come. Let's just hope that there is... this one is close. But at the moment, pretty much looks like we are not gonna be bothered by escorts. Okay, that's definitely this one. Velocity is roughly 8. And it's 75 degrees. Let's get the periscope down just to be sure that we don't get spotted. .75, which means that the angle on bow would be roughly 14. Yeah, you see the smoke columns of your enemies over the horizon, and when you actually have them hull up, if you see the mast and even the hull, then you really should go down and dive, or they would spot you. Okay, right. Yeah, it's getting late, but I just can't stop now. I want to continue that one. Vulvulu, are you turning in? You have the same time. You are in the same time zone as me, so it's 3 o'clock for you just as well, right? I should go to bed, it would be reasonable. But I would like to continue this one. So Radiohead and Captain Paddy, I would be pretty curious where you're from. My guess would be from the time that you dropped into the stream that you are probably from Canada or the US or South America. Ah, yeah, nice. I love that. I mean, I find it so fascinating that you can actually communicate over the Atlantic, over oceans, and be close to people who are just a continent away. So, thank you for being in. That's just great. Florida, yeah, okay. So what is it? So probably it's something like 6 hours, isn't it? So if I have it here 3 o'clock, it's probably 9 o'clock in Florida, is it? That would be my guess.
Handelsschiff, 70 Grad.
hide away the periscope again. Yeah, I'm from Germany, actually. I think you have guessed it from my accent. But very polite that you ask. Yeah, I'm living in the Frankfurt area in Germany. The Midwestern part of Germany. No, let's give it a save. Yeah, okay, I'm not playing it the completely hardcore way, so if I really fuck it up, if I lose the boat, then I just reload. If I just miss a few torpedoes, I don't reload. Hey, nice! Captain Paddy. Yeah, from Paddy I was kind of guessing that you might have some relation to Ireland. My family and me, we have been doing our summer holidays in Ireland this year. So we went to the north. Yeah, not Northern Ireland, but the northwest of the Republic of Ireland. And that was nice. So we did some hiking there, and it was so beautiful. Yeah, we didn't go to Northern Ireland, but we stayed in the Republic. But there is this northwestern part, which is pretty remote, and we did some hiking there. That was beautiful. Yeah, so we went to Sligo actually. Spent a few nights in Sligo, pretty much like that little town. And then from there we went north for hiking. Wonderful country and, well, particularly wonderful people. I mean, I really love the Irish guys. They are so, yeah, nice. I don't know how to call it, but they're just relaxed and friendly and open. That was my impression.
Handelsschiff, 90 Grad. Handelsschiff, 95 Grad.
I could go for them. Should I? 120.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, let's put away the periscope again. Yeah, it's a bit remote. So there were a few other places which I would have liked to visit, but yeah, everything was pretty booked. So I used to do my holidays spontaneously, and so it was a bit tricky there in Ireland to actually get some accommodation. Yeah, we went by tent, did some hiking in the middle of nowhere, so just putting up the tent in the woods. But, well, at times there was a tough storm coming up, and it was not so easy to get some accommodation without having booked it before. Yeah, but finally we were alright.
Kurs setzen.
By the way, what's the maintenance status of the torpedoes?
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Tube 2 definitely needs maintenance.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Jawohl, Herr Kaloi. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
Yep, now they are going for the maintenance. Guys, flank, please. Yeah, actually, we went to Donegal up there, and it was pretty windy. So we had a few days which were just beautiful, but then we got a bit of trouble because it was so windy that it was hard to find a covered place to put up the tent.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 100 Grad.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Yeah, loads of shit. That's a military one. I have to avoid that guy. That's a coaster, is it? Yeah, that's a Liberty. Velocity 8. And angle on bows. 300, it's minus 60. Or 55. So the angle on bow will be 40, roughly. And now, distance. Give it a guess.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 2 Meter. Winkel 4, 1 rechts. Gegnerfahrt 8 Knoten.
Ah, nice. Okay, so your relationship to Ireland is that close. So where are your parents living? Are they from Donegal? So, what's the maintenance status? Number 3 needs maintenance. Give it a save. We are getting in nicely. Help me, please. Ennis is where, roughly? So as we were only in the north, I'm not too familiar with the other parts.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 2250 Meter.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Okay, looks like we are in a good firing position. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the ads. But yeah, I have to place them. I'm an affiliate, so I do have a few degrees of freedom. But in total, I actually have to place advertisings. And I try to minimize them. So I really go to the minimum length of advertisings and the maximum distance between. But yeah, still, there is some boundary conditions that I can't crush. And on the other hand, I mean, they are paying our platform. We have this wonderful streaming platform here, and it works because of these big companies who do the advertising. So let's give them their opportunity.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 1826 Meter.
1 mile. $35.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Are you playing Battlefield 6 in parallel? Yeah, didn't play that yet, but I was pretty fascinated by the streams that I saw about this game.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Yeah, the graphics look pretty amazing, I would say. Getting closer.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 1, 2, 6, 8 Meter. Lage
45.
4, 2, Bug
Schraubengeräusch.
rechts.
Peilung 70 Grad.
Be 49. Angle on both. Let's see. Yeah, I really want to sink at least one of these guys. Yeah, you could just carry on. You could try to sink another one, or you head back home for home port. So it's completely open world. I think if you go to a lower difficulty level in the settings, you could, as soon as you have finished the requirements of the mission, you could automatically get back home. But for me, I have this mode where you just have to go all the way back home. You finish your mission and then you have to get back home manually on the map, like going like that. It's not like game over or something, but you actually have to do the trip. There they are.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Distance.
Gegnerlage 6, 8, Bug rechts.
Alright.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 9, 3, 8 Meter. Rohr 1 bewässern.
So drought is go for 8.
Rohr 1 bewässern.
That's fine. Maybe I would like to go a little bit faster.
Los! Rohr 2 bewässern. Rohr 2 bewässert. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Los! ...30 Sekunden. Rohr 3 bewässern. 20 Sekunden.
Rohr 3 bewässert.
Los! Rohr 4 bewässern. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
30 Sekunden. Los! Fehlschuss.
Oh fuck. Come on.
20 Sekunden. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Ja. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. 30 Sekunden. Ja. 30 Sekunden.
That was a hit just as well. A miss.
20 Sekunden.
Oh, come on, how could that be?
Ja. 10
Two,
Sekunden.
3. It was also a miss. Hey, come on. How could that? Ah.
Ja.
And also. Ah, no. I'm gonna reload that one. Sorry, guys. That they were all misses. How could that be? Hey, sorry, guys, but at that point, I'm gonna reload. They were all a little bit too far ahead. Yeah, the planes are not that much of a threat. I mean, in the open sea, if you just man your anti-aircraft gun, you're perfectly fine. T3.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 1, 5, 6 Meter.
55. .7. .50.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 70 Grad.
Angle on bow being 41.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 4, 2, Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 8, 8, 3 Meter.
Yeah, that should be alright.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 6, 7, 7 Meter. Gegnerfahrt 7 Knoten.
I guess it's 7 knots. $35. Angle on bow. 56. Yeah, that's fine.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 3, 9, 6 Meter. Rohr 1 bewässern. Rohr 2 bewässern. Rohr 2 bewässert. Los! Rohr 3 bewässern. Rohr 3 bewässert. Los! Rohr 4 bewässern. Rohr 4 bewässert. Los! Rohr 1 bewässern. Rohr 1 bewässert. Los! Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
One of them
30
needs
Sekunden.
to hit, please, come on.
40 Sekunden bis
That would be
Torpedoeinschlag.
very embarrassing if it
Der
wouldn't.
Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Okay, that one was a miss.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Alright, that was a hit.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feuer an Deck. Fehlschuss. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik. Wir machen das schon. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Deckgeschütz besetzen.
Herr Kapitän.
Feuer frei. Schadensbericht. Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Auf die Station. Anlauf beginnt.
Schadensbericht.
Come on, guys. Get down. Get down.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Telegramm.
Dive, dive, dive. That was pretty stupid. That was pretty stupid that I got up. Oh, fuck.
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum.
Alle Luken schließen. Schleichfahrt. Ruhe im Boot. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Any injuries? Let's see if we can get it.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich drum. 25 Meter. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich drum.
35 Meter.
Schwere Schäden. 40 Meter.
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Höhenbruch in der Zentrale repariert.
Very good.
Aktuelle Tiefe 55 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
75 Meter.
Okay, we got that repaired. Yeah, I should have got to the surface. That was not pretty smart.
Tauchen auf. 41 Meter.
75 Meter. Schraubengeräusche, kleine Gruppe. Neugraben, 205 Grad.
They're sinking, aren't they? Yeah. They abandoned the ship. Yeah. The guy is gonna sink. Very good. It was another 4 torpedoes for another ship to sink. That's just alright. Yeah, we are taking a bit of water. I think we got the guy, and we survived. Okay, we sank the guy. One more. Very good. Did we already get it accounted for? Hey, come on. See, we are already at 250,000 tons. Nice. So that was quite a pretty successful mission, I would say. Just have to get away alive. But at the moment it looks pretty alright. Did anybody got injured? I think not. Alright, very good. No injuries. We got one of them. We got one of them. 4 torpedoes fired, 1 ship sunk. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I think we're gonna get away with that. Hey, it's so late. It's 4 o'clock around here. I really have to go to bed, guys. So let's give it a save. That was a nice stream. 4.5 hours of streaming. Yeah. And yeah, thanks for joining. That was so much of a pleasure. So Aqua Icing, you are still there, I think. Have a good night. Wulvulu, if you are still there, thanks for joining. And see you then. So I'm probably, still pretty busy next week at work. So I think I'm not gonna stream tomorrow and the next day. So next day of streaming would be Thursday. Most probably. So great to have had you in, and looking forward to see you again, maybe next Thursday. See you guys. Yeah, Radiohead. That was such a pleasure that you joined. Radiohead and Captain Paddy. Thanks a lot for the follow. And looking forward to see you again. And yeah, get the game and have fun with it. Bye bye, guys. See you then.